All right, hopefully everyone had a restful evening. Lots to discuss here regarding filings across the board, a lot of different funds announcing and disclosing new positions, adding to positions, selling positions. Obviously, UNH is the big one. That's why I'm sifting through healthcare. Warren Buffett taking a big position in UNH. That being said, he's probably still underwater on his average, so it does have more room to run. I'm just looking through some healthcare stocks here. I don't know why this is lagging. Let me refresh this. Show those two tickers. That's odd. They're not wanting to show my DHR. There we go. And Thermo. The DHR looking like a very bullish pattern here. I'm just sifting through healthcare stocks this morning because there's a big theme around healthcare that is evident and clear that there is a big rotation into healthcare with the new disclosings after the hour. So I'm just seeing if I like any sort of opportunities. UNH is a little bit stressed. We're obviously long UNH. We've been accumulating in two areas here. Our first UNH call buy was right around this 281. Second one was 258, and now we're all the way up to 299. So we're writing the 340 calls for October and January. Doing a little bit of a butterfly. But we'll see what happens with healthcare stocks. Humana is another one that's been absolutely a beast. VRTX, I've been looking at that one. But maybe it needs one more little retest of the lows. McCormick. We will go through some of the losers as well in the session. There are a few. Actually, ISRG doesn't look too bad here. That's an interesting setup. Right on this value area. Interesting. Very strong chart. Okay, we'll discuss a few stocks in a moment. I'm just scanning, guys, just looking through. There's a few other names that I do want to look at, but I'm just going through the whole healthcare ETF, seeing some names that might be worth accumulating on the swing side in anticipation of more liquidity chasing Warren Buffett's move, Berkshire Hathaway's move. So depressed down here. Molina Healthcare is trying to stage a bit of a breakout of an inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart down here. It's definitely an oversold stock, so it could have some momentum. Again, this is playing a bit of that healthcare trade, but a nice gap up on MOH today, right through that neckline, triggering that inverse head and shoulders. This one could be bought on a pullback. We'll certainly keep that one on watch. MOH, make a note here. MOH is on watch for a long. RMD. Wow. NCY, what a mover there. Interesting. All right, I've ran through some of the healthcare names. UNH, obviously the big one, guys. Let's take a quick peek at that. Again, I'm already long UNH via call options for October and January. So we obviously have some exposure on the long side already, which we're just going to keep riding. This is a name that probably on pullbacks is going to get bought up. Sorry, November and January call options, upside calls. I'm riding the 340 calls. That's right in line with this kind of this pivot zone here. So we accumulate UNH. First entry is 281, second entry is 258. Contracts will explode today, so we're in a nice position riding into November and January for UNH to make a nice run here. And the market is probably going to keep pushing to new all-time highs, considering that healthcare is still a strong weighting in the S&P 500. And you look at how depressed XLV is in comparison to most sectors. I mean, you have a high pivot of 150. It's gone through a nice little bear market consolidation. So healthcare is certainly probably going to lift things a lot higher here. And that's kind of what I think is giving us these upside targets on the SPX. You know, this inverse head and shoulders that's triggered, that's probably now healthcare is going to try to push us up there. So it's certainly an interesting sector to watch. But I think that there's a lot of other trades to be had in XLV healthcare. It's 0DT Friday, so obviously be cautious with your options trading. Ugh. And we also have a little bit more data throughout the session, but the big one is Trump and Putin. Okay. All right, let's keep going through some other charts here. Let's look at GOLB. That's seeing some downside price action. Reporting earnings. Beat on earnings, obviously, it is getting taken to the downside here. Wow, that's like a full round trip. Sweeping your COVID lows, that's pretty impressive. That's very impressive, guys. COVID low sweep for this GOLB. I don't even know what the market cap is. Let's just see. 3.44 billion. Not after today. Let's just see what we can find here. So obviously there's a main little pivot high here. There's a massive gap fill all the way down here. That's a nasty little decline for this name. That's a really big decline on GOLB. Wow, I mean, our only trend line of support is another 4 or 5% down, so we'll keep that on watch. That's a big breakdown. That's a really big breakdown on this name. But there might be a bounce around 64, 65 bucks. We'll keep that on watch. I'll put an alert there on GOLB for a bit of a long trade. Not a name I've traded before. I'll go with the more conservative level. Where did we wick down to in the pre-market? Let's just take a peek. So 65.43, yeah, we even pierced that low. Interesting. Let's put a little bit of a trend line there. So it is catching a bit of a bid now. What else do we have? AMAT. AMAT is under pressure off of its earnings. Gapping down here. A little bit of a pick and shovel play for the semiconductor space. Has triggered a head and shoulders. So let's just see where the downside of this pattern would truly take us. Takes us to 149, 148. Interesting. So that name probably wants to come down, guys, and sweep these lows. Probably wants to definitely do a sweep of, wow, this pivot here. See where, yeah, it's a nice 618 retrace sweep. All right, I would certainly look to trade this for a bounce on the long side if we sweep this pivot low, guys. Aim at. That would be another 5% down or so. Interesting. And this is where we could see rotation out of some of your high flyers, right, into your healthcare names. There's been a lot of capital that's pushed random stocks up, like Roblox, for instance. I mean, I think one of the reasons Roblox has been so strong with these blow-off moves is because healthcare capital has just been trying to find and chase the trend names. But Roblox now breaking down. Our 110 September puts are absolutely ripping. So big decline on Roblox this morning. I'm actually looking at taking profits on my 110 puts. Sure, and this is again healthcare money finally starting to get a bid in XLV, kind of ditching some of these stocks that have been chased to the extreme. But Roblox, big decline. Now the question is there a day trade on Roblox? I really don't think so. I think, well, there's obviously a day trade somewhere if this were to keep falling, but it's such an extended move that, I mean, you're coming into a 382, but I don't even like that. Let's see the weekly chart support, and let's see an ATR move. I do want to see that, actually. We'll throw on an ATR level. So weekly ATR, we're already trading into your -1 zone. -2 on the daily is around 112.36, but wow, that's a tough one to trade. Yeah, it looks like Roblox wants 112. Maybe even 108 monthly ATR. Alright, if it gets down there 108, I would take a scalp long. Yeah, so Roblox guys around this 108 zone should be interesting. Let's just see where that head and shoulders would take us. That was such a dirty blow-off move. So Roblox, we would look for a long around this 108.52 ATR, monthly ATR. So Roblox certainly under pressure. What else is happening here this morning? Okay, let's look at that name. Nothing really to do there. Let's look at Skyworks, SWKS. Not doing nothing to do there. LRCX, Lam Research. That's also gapping down on a sympathy play for AMAT. So it's sort of interesting. Morning, Georgiana. Yep, beautiful. Let's look at A-Lab. A-Lab still holding steady. A little bit of a decline. DHR, guys. DHR. That's trying to make a little bit of a move. Let's look at FLO. If there's any other tickers you guys want me to take a peek at, let me know. I've seen a few. But I'm just going to let the market settle out today and see what wants to transpire. Obviously, UNH healthcare stocks are catching pretty big bids. Intel doing well again. INTC. That's another gap up. Very interesting. I'd probably short Intel in this region. Even with the headlines going around with Trump, the administration, I'd probably look for a short. Into this gap fill, ATR extension. So again, I'm probably going to be looking to trim my Roblox puts, guys. We're riding the 110s Huge gap down today, head and shoulders trigger. I have a monthly ATR that I would trade around 108. 108, which would be still another decline of, call it 6.5% down. So I'm going to watch that one at the open. S&P still looking strong. Oil is taking a nice dump, so that's supportive of higher price in the markets. Today, you have healthcare participating in the S&P, which is why the S&P is a little bit stronger. I've also been looking at HIMS. HIMS saw a nice gap down again. This morning, it was down a little bit more. It actually pierced the lows, and then healthcare caught a bid, so I would love to see it come back down again. You can see it hit a low here of around just a pierce of 44 bucks. But it's retracing that bottoming tail, which is, I absolutely do like that. I do like that, but I wish it swept this low. If him swept this low, I would be a potential buyer. That's for sure. That is for sure. It's looking pretty juicy. So Lennar is getting a little frothy up here, guys. We obviously traded Lennar on the long side and trimmed for massive gains. Lennar is moving because of a potential, well, stakes and some filing disclosures. So Lennar is gapping up yet again. This one's actually on watch for a potential short, I think. A short scalp. You know, these 13Fs are creating a lot of movement in individual names. You can see Lennar is now piercing that weekly 50. Gap fill looks pretty interesting to me for a short. Your Fibonacci retrace is around 144. Interesting. Interesting. It's definitely getting a little bit stretched here. 4-hour chart. Yeah, you can see you hit 140 as a high there. Alright, I'm just gonna grab some more coffee, guys, and then we'll keep looking through some names, but healthcare is certainly the trending thing in the market right now, UNH, but give me a couple minutes and I'll be right back. Is look at CoreWeave. CoreWeave looks interesting. There might be a dead cat bounce here, guys, on CoreWeave at the open. Don't be surprised if we see a potential bounce here on CRWV. That's looking much nicer now into this zone. Interesting. What a full round trip though. That is nasty. That is really nasty. I mean, maybe it even pierces that 618. Guys, keep CoreWeave on watch. That thing is filthy. That is dumping today. Coming into a big 618 impulse green candle bar. Wow. Interesting. Getting clobbered, CoreWeave. How's CRCL? Wow. AMD's at an interesting level too. Under a little bit of pressure. If it loses this low, I mean, you got your gap fill, right? Looking like it wants to head right into that gap fill. In AMD. Too much to watch this morning. It's crazy. Wait, big monthly area. So looking at CoreWeave here at the open. This name's just getting absolutely demolished. Absolute Truth saying IPO investors can sell now. Beautiful, thank you. They've been selling at full force, that's for sure. But that's good to know. I appreciate that. Maybe I stay away from it. I'm still gonna watch it on my other screen here. Watching healthcare stocks on my other screen. We'll see what happens here. Roblox is obviously under pressure, immense pressure, guys, this morning. Let's look at these two here. So Roblox is about to sweep this pivot here. Major pivot low. Triggering a head and shoulders. Nasty little decline. SPY right now is still gapping up, guys. So UNH up 11% right now. AMD, some semis are under pressure with the SOX, so we just need to be mindful of the SOX. Roblox down 8% right now. I am looking at trimming my Roblox, guys. All right, markets are open. SPY right now getting a little bit heavier. Come on, populate my puts. UNH up 11.5%. Open is ripping. Roblox still trending lower here. Look at this. 113. CoreWeave trying to make a little bit of reversal. Come on, a little bit lower, CoreWeave. Come on, Roblox. Open up this friggin' chain. I want these 110s to trim. Wow, TTD back down to the lows, eh? That's interesting. Cisco coming in, guys. Cisco $68 puts are printing, guys. Look at Cisco. We're still swinging those puts from yesterday. I'm about to take profits on Cisco puts. That is beautiful. Cisco $68 puts are in the money, guys, from yesterday. Friggin' Roblox. They won't even populate that. UNH pulling back a little bit. This is still bouncing around here. CoreWeave still going lower. Wolf is up another 3%. But Cisco puts printing, guys. Look at Cisco. Up 100% on Cisco, guys. All right, I trimmed there, guys, at up 100%. First trim on Cisco. That was a nice trade. IWM is looking a little bit heavier, but SPY is trying to bounce off of support. Roblox still bouncing around. Big bounce on CoreWeave. Wow. CRWV. Look at that bounce on CoreWeave. Big bounce on TTD. AMD struggling here. Palantir struggling. Roblox still down 9. Lennar still pushing. Natural gas. Phenomenal bounce on Nat Gas here. Let's look at EQT here. Wow, EQT is pumping. Nat Gas is pumping. S&P 500 still holding steady. Open's getting faded. Joby's catching a little bit of a bid today. Let's see Joby. Come on, Joby. Roblox is still bouncing around here, guys. Look at Joby. Huge nasty reversal there. Wow, filthy stocks. BMNR still printing to the downside. When ETH is strong, look at those puts. Still printing. Trimming my Roblox. 110 put. Trimming half. Beautiful. That's stunning. All right, SPY's coming in a little bit. Fuck, I'm disappointed I missed that CoreWeave bounce, but we might get another opportunity. Look at Roblox still pushing to the downside. Cisco's absolutely printing, guys. What a move in Cisco, guys. What a move in Cisco. I'm all out of Cisco here. I'm all out of Cisco puts. Closed Cisco $68 puts. Nice, excellent trade there. All out of Cisco. We got a lot of volatility today. Quite a bit. Let's look at Intel again. Intel still looks to be potentially fading here. Trying to push up. CoreWeave still acting well. Wow, big bounce on trade desk. Oh, I'm getting an alert on this GOLB. Interesting. That's knifing right down into the lows. Bit of a dead cat bounce potentially about to play out here. SPY, IWM's coming in. IWM's about to go negative, guys. VMNR puts. Looking to take profits on those. Still just letting the market settle out here. Tesla's gone negative. A little bit of distribution hitting the tape. Teladoc's still moving. Palantir still struggling. Roblox still struggling. UNH still pushing. How is HIMS doing? Let's keep HIMS on watch because there might be a trade there on HIMS on the long side. It is looking to sweep those lows. CoreWeave, I'm still interested in CoreWeave. Wow, TTD, big bounce in trade desk there. That was filthy. Do 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 do. Globe hit my level, but the spread is pretty big on that. Look at the IWM coming in hot here, guys. Nasty. Nasty little decline. What's this TIVC? That's still pushing. Good morning, cabin. So just a heads up, I closed my Cisco, guys. I'm all out. Waiting on CoreWeave. BMNR, guys. Still looking at taking profits on BMNR. That is knifing here. Look at that little bit of a breakdown. We're still riding half of the $60 puts. That's an epic trade as well. We trimmed Roblox, so we're just taking profits here this morning before I enter day trades. Just managing the positions that we have. Wow, look at BMNR, guys, knifing here. All right, guys, I'm all out of my BMNR puts here. At $60 puts, I'm all out. At 370, all out of BMNR. $1.25 to 370. Beautiful little trade. IWM coming in hot here, guys. Wow, I can't believe I missed that trade desk. Cisco $68 puts. They're printed this morning. I'm all out of those though. Still looking at a potential long on CoreWeave and HIMS. HIMS is catching a bit of a bid. PGen, PPSI. That's still acting well. Nvidia's chopping down right now. Wolf is trying to put in a bit of a potential topping tail. Ticker WLF. What else we got shaking and moving? EQT, Nat Gas still pumping. Soundhound getting clobbered today. HIMS is still down 2. Carvana negative. Microsoft negative. UNH still strong. IWM really coming in here, guys. SPY still holding that back test of the neckline. Palantir getting absolutely smoked right now. Look at PLTR. So we still have common shares short PLTR, but that is a filthy move, guys. That is a filthy move. Look at Roblox. Almost taking our puts to 110. I have a long level on Roblox at 108. 108. Yeah, home builders are coming in. So they're certainly trying to sell this market a little bit. Let's look at AMAT again. AMAT small bounce, but probably going to get sold into here. Wow. Yeah, AMAT hitting that 50%. Ethereum still selling. Look at BMNR, guys. Absolutely getting crushed. Ticker Wolf has now gone negative. NIO is doing quite well today. That's up sharply on the session, 5% or so. CoreWeave, still waiting on CoreWeave. I think there's a little bit of a long trade on CoreWeave, but is this an inverse head and shoulders on the IWM? Perhaps. So you can see your back test on the IWM is right around this zone here. And then you even have another little trend line to watch. So you got two back test zones on the IWM, which are down there. Ethereum looking heavy here too, guys. ETH is looking very heavy. Open is still doing quite well. Why is everything? So just profits being secured at the open. BMNR getting smoked. Palantir smoked. SBET smoked. CoreWeave down slightly. UNH still up 12.47%. Monster move on UNH though, guys. Look at that. Our calls are absolutely printing. UNH is just a ripper today. WST trying to catch a move. Waters is catching a move. Nice. Waiting on hymns here. Nvidia is still a little bit weak here. Intel trying to push back higher. Wow, Nucor up 15%. Or NU, sorry, up 15%. IWM still coming in a little bit here. SPY still holding steady. CoreWeave's about to go green. That's unfortunate that I missed that CoreWeave trade. I was looking at going long CoreWeave, and look at that epic bounce. That's a really nice bounce. Roblox, that's catching a bit of a bid. PLTR, that's still weak on the tape. Nice 3-bar surge down on PLTR. So yields, dollars still negative, crude oil negative, SPY, IWM, Qs are all negative. Well, SPY's green actually. IWM and Qs are kind of neck and neck with each other. Coinbase under some pressure this morning. IWM, I'm looking at a buy around 227, guys. 227, I get somewhat intrigued. Let me just do a fib retrace of this area. Ethereum still heavy, guys. BMNR down 8%. Crush that trade. What a monster, guys. What an absolute monster. Nasty little decline coming into the IWM here. It is a pretty nasty decline. So Pierce of 227, I get interested in taking some zeros on the IWM. Palantir still looking heavy. Wow. Look at the sell on PLTR. Let's look at regionals here. Regional banks are coming in. Come on, a little bit more, IWM. A little bit more. I'm looking at taking 227 IWM calls, 0 DTEs, at a Pierce of 227. HIMS is still coming in. Intel doing well. SPY is still acting well. Palantir still getting smoked. Rigetti down 8%. Wow. RGTI getting smoked here. Come on, a little bit more, IWM, a little bit more. Look at Rigetti getting absolutely crushed. Carvana, another down day. So again, I'm looking at a pierce of this EMA 113, guys, to trade IWM on the long side. 227 zeros is what I'm looking at. The only concern is that we could potentially even try to sweep the low. That would be nasty if they try to do that. Let's look at biotechs here. Biotechs are still strong. SPY's breaking down here as well. Come on, a little bit lower, biotechs. Guys, look at BMNR. Everyone should have been able to catch that. I've been pounding the table on that name. Wow. Look what we're coming into. Your debt offering window. That is filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. UNH still trying to trend here, but seeing a little bit of distribution at the highs there. Still have strength in healthcare stocks though, guys. AMD down 1.62. Palantir still getting smoked here. Look at PLTR. They are dusting this name today. Wow. Maybe a little bit of a bounce here on PLTR. SPY still looking heavy though, so I don't trust it. I certainly don't trust it. Open looks to be going negative. Still have hymns on watch, guys. That one still could sweep the lows. CoreWeave. Look at that remove on CoreWeave. Fuck, I missed that. I missed that. Damn. Alright, IWM is getting interesting here, guys. It's getting really interesting. Let's look at these KREs, because KRE's coming in now. Things are getting heavy here, guys. Things are getting real heavy. SPY dropping here. A little bit of a bounce here in the IWM. Let's see if it's short-lived. Is this a morning dump before the Trump pump? Trump and Putin pump? What are we thinking? I think that might be the case, guys. I think that might be the case. Morning dump before Trump pump. I'm already happy. We crushed Roblox this morning, guys. Took monster profits there. Took monster profits on Cisco already. Look at Cisco still knifing down at the lows. We took profits on BMNR as well. I'm all out of that. Short. You are catching a small bounce here. Still have strength in Intel. Let's see if there's a short on Intel. Intel's still holding steady up here. You are into a little bit of resistance here on Intel. You know, it kind of scares me. I think they might want to take out the low on IWM here. It's kind of scary. Just with the way that some of these other names are selling. It's a little concerning. Alright, NIO still a beast today. NIO, that is still moonshotting. Wow. Looks like it wants that gap. Let's look at TTD. That had a strong bounce when I was last looking at it. Look at that bounce on TTD. That was an epic bounce. Damn. What a bounce. SPY still looking a little bit heavier here, guys. SPY is still looking pretty heavy. Ethereum still looking exceptionally heavy here, guys. Carvana, what's Carvana doing here? CVNA. CVNA is trying to make a little bit of reversal. IWM catching a small bid here. Oh man, I lost my pad here. Big bounce on the Russell coming into play. Really phenomenal bounce. Let's look at CoreWeave again. Hood, insane bounce on Hood. Yeah, big bounce on Hood. Roblox still chugging around there. Palantir trying to catch a bid. AMAT looks like it's going to go lower, guys. Down 12% already. I know it seems pretty nasty to chase down here, but AMAT looks like it's going to go lower. $162 puts. High risk AMAT puts. I did enter high risk AMAT puts. 160 0 DTEs. Super aggressive. IWM catching a bit of a bounce. IWM still holding steady here. Ames is catching a bid. High still looking heavy. New core is absolutely flying here. Bit of a bounce occurring in the socks. AMAT's trying to push higher here. Ethereum still weak. IWM still trying to bounce. SPY is catching a minor bid here. Nvidia's bouncing off of a value area. SPY is trying to bounce as well. Whoopsie. Nvidia's still looking heavy. AMAT's trying to bounce here. Big bounce on AMAT coming in. Ethereum's still heavy. Nvidia's still looking heavy. IWM coming in. SPY's still coming down. AMAT is still trying to squeeze here. Come on back down, AMAT. You know you want to. IWM, big bounce on the IWM. Nvidia is still trying to catch some wicks. Look at the movement on the IWM there. 10 a.m. data coming out, guys, hitting the tape. IWM getting smoked. AMAT trying to push up. SPY seeing a little bit more weakness. IWM seeing a little bit more weakness. Ethereum new lows. So really impressive bounce here for AMAT so far. IWM still getting heavier here. SPY's trying to stabilize. Intel's coming in. IWM still looking a little heavy. SPY's trying to make a reversal. Nvidia curling back down. AMAT's still catching a bit of a bid. IWM still heavy here. Intel saw a little bit of reversal. Pretty big bounce in semiconductors, SOXX. SPY's seeing some accumulation now. IWM getting heavy here. Come on, AMAT. Nvidia trying to stage a bounce. SOX still looking heavy. SPY's trying to stabilize. QQQ underperforming SPY. IWM underperforming Qs. I'm down right now on my AMAT puts. My average is sitting at 34 cents on the 160s. IWM looks like it might want to take out the lows, guys. SPY right now still catching a bit of a bid. Come on back down, AMAT. IWM still heavy. SPY catching a bid. SPY still holding relatively strong in comparison to everything else. IWM still heavy. Nvidia, SOX, SPY, Qs trying to bounce. IWM still trying to fall here, looking pretty heavy. IWM hitting 10-minute chart support. We'll see if it wants to knife through that area. This was the original zone that I was looking at, but since we consolidated there, I don't like it as much. IWM still knifing here. SPY, SOX are holding steady, but IWM's really knifing down, guys. This is the first area of support for the Russell. Major backtest zone for IWM. Major backtest zone. See if they want to take this market down for another wave. IWM still knifing lower here. My oh my, nice sell in the Russell. Nvidia is still holding steady. AMD catching a bit of a bounce, but AMD looks like it wants that gap filled down below. Come on, AMAT, make your move to the low side. Give us new lows for AMAT. Come on. Alright, IWM looks like it wants to take out the lows, guys. So now the next level that I have on the Russell is really around here. 226 Pierce. 226 Pierce on the Russell looks a little bit better now. IWM still drilling. Come on, drop AMAT down. Drop it down, AMAT. Come on. IWM still looking heavy here, guys. Looking very heavy on the Russell. KRE getting absolutely demolished today. That's coming down hard. IWM still trying to fall here. Looks like it's going to sweep the lows, guys. 226 Pierce is an area of opportunity for 0 DTE calls. AMAT not really cooperating. That's unfortunate right now. Nvidia is still trying to stabilize. S&P trying to stabilize here. AMAT's trying to break to the high side. There goes a little bit of a push. Stocks is still getting a big bounce. IWM still dripping lower here, looking to sweep the lows on the Russell. IWM dumping hard here. So I'm looking at 226 0 DTEs on IWM. IWM's surely getting heavy here. Wow, it's coming in hot here. IWM coming in hot, guys. I'm looking at 226 0 DTEs, but we need to sweep the lows. Nvidia, SPY, SOX still trying to hold steady here. AMAT's still trying to trend higher. Still doing well. Nat gas still up 3.63%. Still trying to bounce. Semiconductors, Nvidia, AMD getting really strong bounces. UNH still pumping. Roblox still down 7. Palantir got a nice bounce. IWM getting a small bounce here. Final add to AMAT there. That is my final add. Average is 26 cents, so I'm down sharply right now. It is still pressing here to the high side. Trying to make a bullish breakout. IWM still looking a little weak here. Trying to find a little bit of support though. SPY, slight sell side pressure up here. All right, AMD getting sold into, SPY coming in, SOC seeing a little bit more selling. IWM looking to go down to the lows again, guys. Again, are they going to sell this market in the morning all to pump it up for Trump and Putin? Perhaps. A little bit of a potential failed breakout on AMAT. Take us back down to the lows. Come on. Give us new lows on AMAT. IWM going for new lows as well. Nvidia is still strong. IWM going for the lows, guys. The only concern with this move, guys, is there's a bit of a failed breakout on IWM. There's a bit of a failed breakout. I don't even know if I like this area anymore. Maybe the lower boundary channel. They're certainly looking heavy here. Ethereum's about to go negative, guys. ETH, AMD curling back down. HIMS is still down 2%, but holding steady. UNH still above 300, up almost 12% on the session. IWM trying to go lower. There's new lows on IWM, guys. New lows. Wow, imagine they want to take us all the way down to that 7-day. We do have some 15-minute chart coming up. Support on IWM EMA 113. Swept the lows there. Fibonacci retrace zone coming in. So there's definitely a little bit of support creeping in. They're starting to sell AMAT. Let's see if we can get a new low of day. Come on. Give us a new low of day, AMAT. Dribble it lower. Alright, IWM staging a bit of a bounce here right off of PDL. But we should still try to go a touch lower. AMD still looking weak, guys. Come on, drip AMAT down. Take out the lows. IWM still could go lower, guys. You're getting a little bit of a bounce off of the sweep low. Liquidity sweep. But we can still go a touch lower. I'm now thinking 225 could be on watch, but there should be some support at a 226 Pierce zone. High coming in, SOX coming in, AMD looking to sweep the lows, Nvidia still holding above prior day low. Nvidia still acting well. IWM still trying to stabilize here. Let's look at the Qs. QQQ is getting rejected slightly off of its EMA 113. SPY starting to come heavier. IWM still near the lows. Tesla's looking heavy. AMD still coming in hard, guys. AMD still getting sold pretty hard here. Come on, give us more downside. More downside. The WM still dribbling. Still dribbling lower. AMAT's still bouncing around. Whoops. MD still coming in. Nvidia still coming in. IWM still coming down. 15-minute chart support on the Russell is coming into play here. AMD retesting its opening range low. IWM still trying to stabilize. SOX is still doing well. AMAT's still doing well. BMNR is still down 6%. Carvana's green. Rivian's green. HIMS is still down a couple. IWM, come on. Give us new lows. Give us new lows, IWM. Markets are trying to stabilize a bit. S&P 500 stabilizing. S&P still holding relatively strong with healthcare stocks leading. Nvidia down 1, Apple negative, Tesla down 1, Meta, Amazon, Google still green, Microsoft slightly green. Nat gas still pumping to the high side today. Starbucks down a little bit. Baba's under a bit of pressure. Still trying to bounce this IWM a little bit. SPY's still trying to hold steady. SOX is holding on its 15-minute EMA 113. How's Intel doing again? VIX is still negative. Gold is slightly green. IWM still underperforming, about a 3-to-1 ratio. All right, we'll see if the IWM wants to get rejected off of this downsloping. This is your previous little neckline where it broke out. You violated that neckline for the Russell 2000. So we'll see if it wants to get through that zone. This is your breakout neckline on the IWM. It's an interesting spot for sure. AMD still a little bit weak, but trying to hold its opening range low. AMD looks like it could go all the way down to 175 Pierce. We'll see. IWM still holding steady. AMD trying to go for the lows again. One back down, AMAT. Fuck, that was such a shit entry for me on AMAT down here at the lows. Thought I was gonna just knife through it. Still think the trade will work, but what a shit entry for me. I'm seeing some more distribution. Let's see if we can sweep that bottoming tail. It's SPY's curling back down, guys. S&P 500 still curling down. Take a seat here real quick. IWM still coming in a little bit. Again, maybe we want to hit the low of this channel, this EMA down here. That's a heavy sell on the Russell. It's a pretty heavy sell. These new lows, IWM. AMD, guys, melting lower. AMD's looking weak. Remember, AMD's the heaviest in the stocks. AMD's the heaviest weighting in the stocks. So maybe the stocks want to take out the lows. SPY coming in. IWM still looking pretty heavy. I don't even know if I like that long level on SPY anymore. Come on down, AMAT. SOX is still melting. AMD is about to give us new lows. IWM still dribbling. AMD still off of those lows. IWM is trying to firm up again. Bouncing around a little bit. Nvidia still down 1.21. Rigetti down 7.5. BMNR down 7.78. Still waiting on AMAT to give us new lows. Come on, AMAT. You know you want new lows. Take them out. Take them out. IWM catching a bit of a bid here. A minor bid. AMD catching a bit of a bid. HIMS is catching a small bid. Microsoft is about to go negative. UNH still up 11.3%, guys, on UNH. Palantir still down 1.7. Roblox still down 7.71. How's Hood doing? Yeah, Hood right back up. PLTR, big bounce in PLTR there. Roblox never officially hit my long level, but still under some pressure. Roblox. Come on down, AMAT. Come on down. Vol funds start dumping. AMD's acting a little well here. Trying to bounce off of its opening range low. Never took out the lows on AMD. SPY's still holding steady, 644 on deck. IWM still trying to bounce. Good to see AMAT falling a little bit below 165 now. IWM still acting well. Is not really bouncing with the IWM. You have SOX coming in, still some more distribution in AMD and your semiconductors. Semiconductors are looking a little bit weaker here. Intel still holding steady. Nvidia right now starting to curl slightly lower, but AMD looks like a nice little H pattern. Your point of control on AMD is around 172.88. And then you have that massive gap fill sitting around this 174. It looks like market makers might want to target that gap liquidity. We'll certainly have to keep that on watch. IWM acting a little bit better though off of this lower range. Updated that, but Cisco, I'm out of Cisco. Big bounce on the IWM. Nvidia still curling in, guys. UNH still holding well above 300. BMNR testing 55 bucks. BMNR looking heavy. Come on, Amen. Take out the lows. Plug my laptop in. Nvidia still looking heavy. IWM really strong bounce on IWM sweeping those lows. But now you have a little bit of distribution hitting your QQQ, SPY, and mega caps here. SOX is looking a little bit weaker here. Nvidia trying to curl slightly lower here. Let's look at Intel. Intel still holding quite steady. Let's see this. AMD about to take out the lows, guys. AMD looking pretty weak. Nvidia is still hovering right on prior day low. SOX is still dribbling a bit lower here. Come on, AMAT. Get heavy, AMAT. Give us new lows on AMAT. AMD is still looking pretty heavy here. Remember, they might still try to drip this market down and then pump it into the last half an hour with Putin and Trump. So I could start to see. Carvana doing quite well. Top wicks forming in the Russell. AMD about to bust through the lows. There's new lows on AMD, guys. New lows on AMD. Nvidia still hasn't taken out the lows. SOX is still off of the lows. SPY off of the lows. IWM off of the lows. AMAT still dribbling a little lower here. But AMD is knifing, guys. An H pattern is playing out on AMD so far. It's getting heavy here. It's dragging SOX. SOX is moving back to 249. Keep going. Keep going. SPY getting heavier here. Nvidia losing prior day low. AMD still at the lows. IWM seeing some rejection now. Things are looking a little bit heavier here. Markets are coming in. Nvidia stocks coming in. Intel still green. UNH still up 12.4%. Monster move on UNH. IWM getting a little heavier here. Whoops. CRM, big bounce on CRM today, guys. Really big bounce on CRM. BMNR now down 9%. HIMS is trying to go green. $60 area. Still dribbling lower on AMAT. Nvidia underneath prior day low, down 1.61%. AMD took out its lows, so maybe Nvidia is also going to take out its lows. AMAT's still coming in a little bit more now. Big drop there. Take out the lows. Give us new lows, amen. SPY still trying to hold off of those lows. SOX is curling down. Fine. coming into play on AMAT. Give us more, AMAT. Give us more. AMD new lows. NVIDIA is still holding, guys. So NVIDIA is still holding. So if anyone shorted AMAT up here at the highs, you're laughing. I took a really bad fill down here, average down. So right now I'm pretty much almost break even. But still looking for a lower price on AMAT. I still think it's going to sweep those lows. NVIDIA should give us a sweep of the low. But right now you're getting a bit of a bounce here on AMAT. I want to see how AMAT reacts around 162.74. I do have a bit of a point of control zone there. And we'll see how it wants to react. But come on, give us new lows. AMAT, give us new lows. You know you want to take them out. And AMD is still heavy here, guys. NVIDIA really is keeping a lid on the semis from absolutely dumping. Same thing with Intel. But AMD, the leader in the stocks, the heaviest weighting. Look at this price action, guys. Just knifing. Just knifing down here. SOX is getting heavy here. Looks like it wants new lows on SOX. IWM still trying to hold steady here. Qs are looking a little heavier now. ETH is down 1.27, under 4,500 now on Ethereum, guys. ETH is now negative. That's good for our short position. AMD is trying to stabilize. NVIDIA is trying to stabilize. SOX are still curling slightly down. Come on, take out the lows there, AMAT. Take out the lows. AMD still looking heavy. SOX still looking heavy. SPY's trying to stabilize. IWM trying to stabilize. Keep going, AMAT. I want new lows on AMAT. I want them to sweep that impulse green candle liquidity bounce. It looks like we will, guys. It looks like we will. As soon as we break this low, if we break this low, these puts are going to explode. And you're going to likely get a quick impulse move to the downside as there's a stop loss zone here. And they're trying to target that for sure. You can see it. But look at that nice controlled algorithmic sell. They've been grinding it down. They're targeting this impulse candle. They want that move. Again, pre-market low, we dipped all the way down to 160. You're getting a small bounce here with the indices. NVIDIA, AMD catching a nice little bid. So we could see a bit of a bid here. We'll certainly find out. SOX is still heavy, still a bear flag on SOX, SPY, Qs. Qs are under prior day low, NVIDIA under prior day low, but they are trying to bounce this market just a touch here. Just a touch. Here we go. We're now testing 163. The spread on these 160s is starting to blow out a little bit, which is telling me that They want people to chase a high premium, which is telling me that we're probably going to go lower. Come on, AMAT. Keep going. Qs are getting heavier here, guys. Qs are still coming in. Intel still holding steady. Bitcoin's down. IWM. Qs are actually almost set to underperform the IWM. As the IWM's bounced here, Qs are dripping lower. Take a look at the Qs coming in right now. Really, really coming in. Apple's a culprit for the downside. AMD's a culprit. Once Nvidia starts to get going, that should be pretty interesting. IWM still holding steady, but look at the Qs, guys. Coming in. Come on down, AMAT. Give me new lows. I want those lows. I want those frickin' lows. Come on. They're just drilling AMAT right now. There is a bit of support down here, but you're tagging a point of control, so there is some volume here sitting, but we should try to take it out. Qs are still trying to stay. Nvidia is now seeing heavy sell side. AMD seeing heavy sell side. Come on, AMAT, take out the lows. Bust through those lows. You know you want to. There is a POC zone here, so there's some volume sitting here on AMAT, which is why we're seeing a bit of a bounce. A bit of a bounce. Nvidia is still looking heavy though. Qs are catching some minor relief. AMAT catching some minor relief. Yeah, there is a point of control there why we're getting a nice strong bounce, but we should try to take those lows. We've tagged that area once, had a nice bounce. Now we're coming right back into that. Come on. Sweep those lows, AMAT. Sweep those lows. Qs are still heavy. AMD trying to bounce. Nvidia trying to bounce. So you can see that point of control, that yellow line, volume shelf. That's why we're bouncing here on the 1 minute chart, but we should go a little lower. Come on. Qs are getting heavier still. SPY curling down. SOX still off of the lows. IWM's now curling slightly down. AMAT's down about 13% on the tape right now. Looking for 160s, pre-market lows. Come on, take us back down to pre-market low, guys. And I hope that we keep selling off into the afternoon because that does set up a Trump and Putin rally. So I hope we keep dripping into the close. A nice slow and controlled sell-off would be ideal in the equity markets, because that would set up a nice potential bounce trade, some 0 DTEs. That final 30 minutes should be interesting. I don't know if they're going to broadcast it. Probably not. But we'll see. Come on, AMAT. Keep going lower. Qs are trying to stabilize. AMD, Nvidia trying to bounce a little bit. SOX are trying to bounce a little bit. Come on, give me new lows, AMAT. You've tagged this point of control once already. They're trying to bounce it a little bit. IWM's trying to bounce. Qs are trying to bounce and stabilize. AMD big bounce. HIMS is still slightly negative, but off of the lows. SOX, SPY, Qs are still looking a little heavier here. AMD's bouncing sharply, which is helping the indices and SOX. IWM just holding below 227. Looking for new lows on AMAT. Come on. Break that 162.50. I wanted you to sweep that low. Come on. But equities are bouncing. AMD strong bounce. Nvidia still looks like it wants to go lower on the chart, but it's holding right underneath that prior day low. And there is a minor support trend line here you can see, all right? On Nvidia, back testing that zone. But we'll see if it wants to give us new lows. AMD still breaching those lows. SOX is still trying to hold off of the lows. AMAT still acting well off of that point of control. QQQ. Qs are still trying to hold steady here. Come on, AMAT. Man, they are trying to push it a little bit. AMD still bouncing heavy here. IWM is now seeing some softness. SPY curling down. Come on, new lows, AMAT. Give me new lows. QQQ seeing some softness. SPY's curling down. Healthcare seeing a little bit of weakness. Bitcoin almost down 1. Apple down 1%. UNH still above 300. 303 up 11.7. Pretty crazy price action for UNH. It's a beast. Qs are still trying to stabilize. AMD back testing 177. AMD still trying to bounce a little bit. They are trying to rope in more liquidity here for AMAT. Come on, take us back down. Liquidity trap. Qs are still looking fairly heavy here. Even though Nvidia and AMD are bouncing, Qs are still looking heavy. SOX looks like it wants new lows. Come on, SOX. Ethereum now down 1.5%. Testing 44.79. UNH still pumping here. UNH looks like it wants another high of day sweep. Lifting CNC, lifting the healthcare complex. XLV though. Again, what could take SPY down is UNH falling a little bit. There's certainly some strength in there. SOX is still looking a little bit weak. IWM coming in a little bit more. QQQ still looking a little heavy. Does look like the markets want new lows here on the Qs, but it's going to have to take NVIDIA down. Alright, AMAT's now coming back down. That's what I like to see. A little bit of a bearish engulfing on the 5-minute chart of AMAT. Come on, break through this point of control. Give us new lows. We're not that far from 160 puts. We're only about 1.85% away from 160 puts getting in the money. IWM curling back lower, guys. AMD getting slightly rejected off its opening range low. SOX curling down. SPY's still trying to hold. NVIDIA's still trying to hold. He's still trying to bounce a little bit. AMAT's still trying to hold these lows. People are buying this point of control for now. Still down 7.1% on Roblox. Qs are staging a bit of a bounce here. AMAT's getting a big bounce here. Big push in AMAT, getting a big bounce off that POC. Still looking strong, holding steady. AMD still acting well. Qs are staging a bit of a relief bounce. AMD curling back down. SOX is still weak though, guys. But some volume certainly trying to come into the SOXX here. AMD still looking a little heavy here, but NVIDIA is trying to stabilize. NVIDIA pushing back for prior day low. SOX is still struggling here, guys. SOXX, but holding your 20-minute EMA 113. Come on, AMAT. Come on down. Qs are trying to stabilize. AMD still seeing some sell side. Nvidia acting okay. Apple trying to stage a bit of a bounce. Microsoft bouncing a little bit. Qs are still stuck under 15-minute EMA. AMD curling back down, guys. So AMD is still looking a little heavier here. Palantir still seeing another wave of selling on PLTR, looking like another bear flag potentially wanting to break down. Stocks are trying to stabilize a little bit. AMD still struggling a touch. Intel's now starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure. Here comes AMAT. We've been patient with AMAT. Come on. Take us lower, AMAT. Break these lows. We've been super patient. QQQ staging a bit of a bounce. TTD coming in a little bit. HIMS is still seeing. How's CoreWeave doing? CoreWeave back to the negative side. Nice. Here comes AMAT, guys. We should try to sweep these lows now on AMAT. Here we go. Come on. Sweep these lows. We've bounced here a couple times. We're back testing that point of control. Some solar stocks are catching a bid here, guys. Solar's catching a really big bid. Run. Solar Edge. Come on, there's new lows are incoming for AMAT here, guys. New lows are incoming. There's new lows on AMAT, guys. New lows are on AMAT. Stop out. Let's get all those bulls trapped. Come on. It's a nice bullish trap of the liquidity. But we just printed new lows on AMAT, guys. Come on, give us a little bit more. It's got more. It should have more. Nice sell-off. Hitting the tape here on AMAT. Come on, give us a little bit more. You're rejecting that point of control on the 5 and 10-minute chart. So it should have a touch more. Come on. Don't bounce it. Qs are staging a little bit of a relief bounce here. So bounce off of a fib level, swept the low on the 1-minute chart, but we should do a little bit more of a sweep. Hard pressed to think we don't do more. But you are getting a small minor bounce. Qs are bouncing, AMD's bouncing, Nvidia trying to retest and recover that prior day low. Markets are still acting well. Qs are retesting that 15-minute chart support, which is your, resistance, which is your EMA 113. Come on, AMAT. You want more lows than that. But AMAT did make new lows on the session. But we should at least try to sweep it on the 10 and 15-minute chart. 1-minute sweep, to me, is not enough, but we'll obviously see. User staging a little bit of bounce. Nvidia back above its prior day low for now. It hasn't got that official close. The candle closed in 12 minutes. But you're seeing a pretty big bounce on AMAT. A little bit of a 5-minute bottoming tilt trying to form. Spread on the 160s are still blowing out here. Wide spread. Interesting to see that. SOX is catching a really big reversal. SOXX. AMD, NVIDIA catching a really big stick to the upside. Natural gas still up almost 4% on the tape. Crude oil slightly negative. Big bounce on AMAT. AMD, NVIDIA, really big bounce. Still to the upside, guys. What a bounce there on AMAT off of that double bottom, pierce and sweep. I still think we can go a little lower though. But it's a nice bounce. Market semis got a whole entire bounce there. SOXX saw a sharp bounce. Q saw a sharp bounce. Qs are still trying to hold steady here and move up a little bit more. IWM trying to push a little bit. AMD trying to recapture that opening range. NVIDIA, a little bit of top wicks here, but still acting well. It did get a 5-minute close above prior day low. We'll see if it wants to push even more. Come on back down, AMAT. 5-minute, you didn't even get a close below that wick. U's are still stabilizing here. AMD still trying to recapture its opening range low. We'll see. IWM still below 227. Come on back down, AMAT. Nice little top wick reversal there on the Qs. You can see why this is a stubborn area for AMAT is because there is a point of control here, but we've tested that a few times today now, so I do think we're going to break it. So we've hammered there once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Qs are getting heavier here. SPY getting heavier. Look at that rejection on the Qs. Will they take us lower? That's some heavy selling on the Qs, guys. IWM heavy selling, QQQ heavy selling. AMAT's still trying to push. Come on, AMAT. Big push on AMAT. Moving inversely of the market now. Come on. Wow. Stocks are still looking a little heavy here. I'm surprised AMAT's moving up here. IWM curling back down. Big bounce on AMAT. QQQ still getting heavy here. IWM curling down, SPY curling down, SOX seeing some 10-minute distribution. SPY still looks like a bit of a bear flag. Qs are still trying to hold a little bit of a higher low here. It's forming a wedge pattern. Interesting little wedge pattern on the Qs. AMAT's pushing up here. SOX is trying to stabilize a little bit. Big push on AMAT. Look at that's crazy. Qs are getting really heavy here. Really heavy price on the Qs. Still a little sell-off coming into AMAT. Let's see if this is a failed little breakout. Liquidity grab before new lows. Come on down, AMAT. Qs are still looking heavy here. Looks like the Qs want to try to tag and sweep the lows. Just gap down, SPY. Huge move down today. What a dump. AMD starting to come in a little bit. QQQ still looking a little heavy here on the Qs. Still trying to bounce this AMAT. But come on, they should give us new lows. Apple down today? Yeah. That's because Berkshire Hathaway announced a selling. They trimmed their position. So that's why Apple's not getting much love today. Berkshire, Warren Buffett trimmed his Apple holdings. I don't know if anyone else trimmed their Apple holdings, but Berkshire's the big one. So there was a lot of distribution out of like semis, out of your tech into healthcare and home builders. There was some rotation into home builders. Yeah. Qs are still looking a little heavy here, but trying to firm up. Use a big pump on the IWM. IWM is getting a nice stick. Still have the IWM underperforming. Qs are underperforming SPY. SPY has the strength from healthcare. Now, if you look at our sectors today, take a look what's performing in the market today. You have XLC, XLE, XLRE, and healthcare. Your big winner of the session in the back of UNH. What's underperforming today is tech and regional banks. IWM still catching a bit of a bid here. Was hoping for a bigger push on him, so let's take a peek. Yeah, I think they're saving the pump for Trump and Putin, to be honest. But it's a pretty big bounce off the lows, but yeah, it's definitely still a stock that's under a lot of pressure right now. IWM catching a big bid. SPY catching a big bid. Q's still floundering a little bit. NVIDIA trying, AMD trying. Big push trying to come into AMAT here. QQQ getting a pretty big pump. SOX is not looking like SPY. There's been some distribution in the semis today. Intel's still strong. AMAT's trying to break out of this little channel. AMD still trying to recapture its opening range low. So you have the SPY and IWM trying to find some support and rally, but Qs are still looking heavy here. NVIDIA still going through a bit of distribution right on its prior day. AMD's trying to make a move higher. SOX is still looking slightly weaker. AMAT's been trying to build a base here, but I think it's another liquidity trap before new lows. QQQ still looking heavy here. Looking for a sweep of this impulse candle here on the Qs. I think we can get that. IWM is looking like a 15-minute bull flag trying to break. Nice move on Carvana. UH. IWM's pumping. NVIDIA's seeing weakness here. Qs are still coming in. SOX still looking heavier. QQQ still coming down. Tesla's flagging sideways. Qs are still melting lower here. Here comes the Qs trying to take out new lows. AMD seeing more sell side. IWM failed a little breakout there. SOX look like they want new lows. QQQ about to sweep the lows. Here comes the Qs, guys. Qs, guys. New low of day on the Qs. A little bit of support here. Reaching that 15-minute chart support. Interesting. Still holding steady. SPY Q's trying to bounce. Still think we can go a touch lower, but come on, AMAT. Dump it, AMAT. It's here on the Qs. Is it enough, though? We did sweep the lows, hit that EMA. There is some support there on the Qs. Still off of my bearish target. Looking heavy. SOX needs to take out the lows before there's a long on Qs. SOX needs to sweep those lows, guys. Nvidia still looking a little bit bearish. Come on, AMAT. Stop fucking around. SPY breaching 643 here, knifing down hard. Nvidia's still heavy. SOX is still off of the lows, so we're still waiting. AMD still curling. Nvidia getting heavy here, guys, so we could still go lower. SPY prior day lows at 642.34. Come on, give us more. Stocks look like they want to take out their lows, guys. That's what I'm waiting for on the Qs. I'm looking at a long on the Qs, but it looks like Nvidia and SOX needs to take out their lows. Come on. AMAT's still a monster trying to chop around here as the Qs are falling. Look at that fall on the Qs. Beautiful fall. Come on, take out the low. SOX did give us a new low there. SOXX did give us a new low. Nvidia still looks like it wants new lows. Big bounce on AMAT, still trying to chop around here, AMAT. QQQ is getting ready for a little bit of a bounce occurring now. Nvidia is still bouncing, SPY's trying to bounce. Big bounce in the equity markets, semis, stocks, AMD, Nvidia. Nvidia never took out the lows, came pretty close to it. HIMS is back down 1.15%. So big bounce in the Qs occurring. Really phenomenal bounce. This can still go a touch lower, but it's looking strong right now. Beautiful 10-minute bottoming tail. 20-minute, that's a strong reversal that's occurring. In the tape for now, Nvidia, AMD, S&P, ripping. Still quite a bit of time still left in the trading session. It's a 10-minute chart bounce. Big bounce on the Qs there. Look at Apple. Yeah, Apple's having a nice bounce as well. Nvidia having a big bounce. IWM. IWM never gave us a lower low. Still holding some higher lows on IWM. Quite interesting. Qs did give us a lower low, so the question is, are we going to get a lower high now? These guys, phenomenal bounce. Look at that bounce, 5 cent, wow. Should have trusted my bearish target, but thought we would go a little bit lower. Thought it was too soon, but that's a huge bounce. We'll see if it holds. SOX is bouncing nicely. IWM right back to its high range. AMD, Nvidia going right back to its prior day high, trying to at least. AMD back inside of its opening range. Trying to hold steady and bounce here. Ethereum still down 2.26%. Nat gas still pumping. Gold still slightly green. That would have been a nice 0DT play there. Anyone caught that? You are in the driver's seat. Don't let that trade go against you. So what I'm seeing here on AMAT, this little algorithmic sell, if we match this sell side move and do a symmetrical move from this high pivot, takes us down to 158.90 zone. That would be pretty crazy. That's a long shot. Could happen though. Still putting in lower highs on the Qs, so we just gotta understand that lower highs on the Qs still equals a bit of a downtrend. You still have weakness in some of your big boys. Nvidia, Apple, Amazon, Tesla, Google, Meta, and Microsoft are still green. Come on, AMAT. Take out the lows again. Sweep those lows. QQQ. You see the heavy selling coming right back into the Qs. You know, Nvidia still looks kind of heavy here. It's forming some tail candles, some wicks. But 5 and 15 minute chart Nvidia stuck under that prior day low. It doesn't look too hot right now. AMD getting some top wicks. QQQ still seeing a little bit of selling. Still holding above that 20-minute EMA 113 on the Qs. We'll see if that wants to hold. Nvidia trying to retest prior day lows, sitting right at that PDL. Still acting well. Bump, 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 bump. UNH pushing for 306. It's crazy, eh? CNC. XLV. Let's see if that's slowing down at all. Potential lower high on XLV. So SPY might go through a bit of weakness now. QQQ. Bit is still holding steady. What is going on here with my chart? Whoops. All right, Nvidia looks to be going through a little bit of sell side, a little bit of wave more selling. SOX is still testing at opening range low. QQQ coming in a touch. IWM still acting well. SPY seeing a little bit of top wick selling. Interestingly, Lulu's been getting faded from the highs. That's also, you've seen some filings, 17F filings on Lulu. SOX is coming back lower again. Little bit of rejection on SOXX. Netflix is still green. Merck, Bitcoin back under 100 and trying to lose 117 on Bitcoin again. Solar stocks still doing quite well. Qs are trying to form a bit of an inverse, but still think there's one more sweep of the lows on the Qs. Hourly chart 50 moving average is sitting here at around 575.09. You do have a value area low on the Qs around 574.22. Quite interesting. Qs are coming in. AMD looking heavy again. Back testing your 20-minute EMA on the Qs. HIMS is back down 0.85%. Ethereum still seeing more selling. UNH still up pushing. 307.55 up 13%. Look at Tessie, guys, breaking down here. That is filthy. Looking like a failed breakout on Tesla. Good thing we exited our calls, and we did. I do have some long levels on Tesla, but they're a little lower. Take it down. Come on, AMAT, just give us new lows, please. Qs are still trying to stabilize. AMD still seeing a little bit of selling. Tesla down 2.28% now, guys. Really, really nasty. Is AMAT. still trying to catch a minor bid, holding its value area. Potential lower high here on AMAT. You made a lower low, now this is your next lower high, setting up for another drill. Come on. Trump and Putin speaking in the last half an hour. What's going to happen there? Stocks is curling back down again. Intel seeing a little bit of distribution. Qs are still trying to stabilize. AMAT's still trying to come in a little bit more. Come on. Give us new lows, AMAT. %100% spread on these 160 AMAT puts. That is insane. The bid and the ask. That's crazy. I don't know. The spread being so wide makes me think that they're, whoops. The spread being so wide makes me think they want to drill this, but could be wrong. I don't know. Still seeing dump AMAT, new lows, just absolutely knife it here. Come on. Been friggin' watching paint dry, been patient with this name, trusting the technical setup. Had a chance to take a decent amount of profit, but looking for a bigger decline into the 161 zone here. Qs are still putting in lower highs. Nvidia still putting in lower highs. AMD still putting in lower highs. IWM, it put in a higher high, but it was a wick high. It wasn't a true close. So it's an interesting setup right now in the market. Still looking like a bit of a bearish flag on IWM 5 and 15-minute chart. Still looking like a bear flag on AMD's chart. Still looking like a bear flag on Nvidia's chart. SPY's a little bit tougher pattern because it's diverging a little bit today with the strength in healthcare. UNH still pushing 308 on deck for UNH. That is a beast. Holy moly, beasting. Let's take a quick peek here at our UNH calls. Qs are catching a minor bid. That was weird. My brokerage didn't want to let me pull up the UNH chain for a minute there. Alright, Qs are staging a bit of a bounce here. AMD, NVIDIA trying to firm up. Yeah, so we're up about 100% on our UNH November 21st calls, 340 calls. So we're up nicely on our UNH November 340 calls. Let's look at our Jans. Still printing on UNH. I don't mind that. January 340 calls. Yeah, also up about 100% on our January 340. So our UNH positions are acting quite well. Let's look at SoFi. SoFi short level. It's been a tough name. It's still a high flyer, right? Lower interest rates. It's been kind of strong with the banking sector. So it's a tougher name to short right now. Is it showing signs of distribution? Absolutely. Could it make one more spike higher? Sure, it could. But if we retested this high pivot, I would short it. In terms of a day trade short today, SoFi looks like it wants 23.42. That is your value area high. I wouldn't short it until you get a pierce of this high today. And even then, it's made a nice consolidation pattern going from red to green. It's a tough name to short right now. Very tough. IWM trying to make a move. NVIDIA trying to recapture prior day low. SPY pushing. Stocks are trying to push. They're still coming in. Come on, give us a breakdown there. Citigroup is under a lot of pressure today. What else we got going? SPY still trying to make a move. Canopy Growth under some pressure today. Surprised MSOS isn't down more today. Bouncing off of the lows a little bit. Archer's back to the negative side. EQT is still ripping to the high side here. Monster push. Alright, good decline coming into AMAT here. Let's take out the lows again. We're retesting that point of control on the 5-10 minute chart. So this is where you've seen some liquidity come in, but we should sweep the lows again on AMAT. Come on. Don't bounce it again. QQQ. Qs are seeing some slight rejection here as well. Still acting well. You're trying to get a bullish cross on the 5 of the 7 and 20 moving average. Let's see what occurs here. Tesla's still down 2.2, drilling. Nat gas still up 3.5. Apple still down 0.75. Bitcoin down 1.2. Under 117,000 now on crypto, guys. BTC, Ethereum coming in. We're now green on our short. My average on Ethereum short, 3/4 position is 44.70. So we're now in profit on Ethereum, and look at this weekly potential topping tail wanting to form in the crypto market. Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin looking nasty. That's a big bear flag on the 4-hour chart of crypto breaking down, guys. BTC is looking pretty filthy in my opinion. Let's see Coinbase. Yeah, Coinbase is probably going to go lower today as well. That is filthy. Mara is only down 1.4. This one's probably going to drop. MSTR near the lows. CRCL. That one's green. Go figure. Probably going to get sold into here. CRCL. I'm surprised that's holding that steady. Come on, AMAT. Break the lows. Break the lows again. Big reversal down on the IWM and the Qs. Seeing some sell side. AMD, Nvidia getting rejected again. Come on, new lows are incoming for AMAT. Testing that opening range low again. Break it down, AMAT. Chop it down. Qs are still looking a little bit weak. I would consider taking Qs long around 574.22. Originally I had this bear market which bounced, then I readjusted to 575.16. Now I'm looking at this value area low. So they're still trying to bounce AMAT just a little bit here. Netflix is still holding steady. Let's look at some of those higher volume names again. Intel Open is still doing quite well. Open's actually trending. Looks like they're going to print a new high for Open. Looking pretty good. Let's see Intel. Yeah, Intel's finally coming in a little bit, hitting that 1-year moving average. That's what Intel just hit on the daily chart. It's 365-day moving average. Pretty big level there for Intel. PGen, what the hell is that name? That's still acting well. Another bounce for AMAT trying to come in. Pretty crazy. Alright, what do we... Wolf is trying to go back to the positive side here. We just don't want to break these lows with a convincing waterfall. We should though. We should break those lows. XBI is still at the highs, quite interesting. Heavy volatility down here on AMAT. Wow. Come on, new lows for AMAT, take us. Crazy price action down here for AMAT. Let's see QQQ again. Qs are still melting a little bit lower. AMD curling down. Come on, dump it. Dump it, AMAT. ETH is dumping hard, guys. ETH is dumping hard. BMNR. AMAT's coming in for new lows. Come on, AMAT. There's new lows for AMAT, guys. That's what I like to see. Come on. Chop this down. Qs are softening here. Nvidia is softening. AMD is softening. SOX is curling down. Still trying to defend this AMAT here. Double bottom. I guess it didn't officially make new lows there. It did a double bottom, but looking like it should. IWM looks like a 5-minute chart bear flag on the Russell. SOX is curling back down. AMD is still curling down. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier here, guys. They're still trying to hold. They're trying to hold AMAT here at a double bottom. We'll see if it gives way though. Views are still looking fairly heavy here. AMAT still trying to defend double bottom low. Nvidia getting heavier here. Same thing with AMD. AMD and Nvidia are getting heavy. SOXX getting heavier too. There's new lows on AMAT. It's the Qs a little bit. It is blowing out here. 60s, come on, dump it, waterfall it. Let's go AMAT. Views are trying to stabilize. It's in the S&P, AMD, Nvidia, Qs, IWM, trying to push right back to the highs. Spin it to the 160. Come on. Qs look like they want new lows. IWM's holding steady. Nvidia getting heavier. SOX just printed new lows, guys. SOXX is testing the lows here. Getting heavy on the SOX. Where are we going now? SOX looks like it wants that daily 7 moving average, guys. Look at that SOX level. That's looking likely where it wants to go. It's getting there in quick fashion. Nvidia getting heavy. It's coming into AMAT. SOX wants that daily 7 moving average, still about 50 cents away. Nvidia's looking okay, trying to bounce a little bit. AMD's getting heavy though. SOX is coming in harder. Still getting heavy price action. AMD and Nvidia is still curling to the downside. AMAT testing a little bit of a bounce here. Come on, AMAT. SOX is still dripping. Big bounce on AMAT there. SOX is still looking heavy. SOX still coming in at the lows. SOX is getting close to that key moving average. Qs are still seeing a little bit of selling. AMAT's trying to bounce here on the 2-minute chart. AMD is still curling down. And SOX could even head down to, in a bearish case, 246.31. AMAT's bouncing heavy here. A little bit of an oversold short covering. I still think they're going to sell into it. SOX is still coming into that 7-day moving average, guys. AMD still looking somewhat heavy. IWM still holding steady. King secures direct mobile sports betting license in Missouri. Let's look at DKNG. Yeah, that's doing really well. SOX is still dripping into that 7-day moving average, guys. It's getting close. It should be a potential bounce level for the Qs once SOX heads into there. Should be. Qs are trying to bounce a little bit ahead of that. Video catching a little bit of a bid. Come on down, Amen. Come on down. Nvidia and AMD are trying to firm up a little bit. QQQ still trying to bounce a touch. IWM still trying to bounce. SOX still never hit that 7-day moving average. It's getting close, guys. Getting close. And then you have your 382 fib. A little bit lower than that. A little bit lower than that. AMD curling back down. It's curling back down. IWM top wicks. SPY top wicks. No, has got a bit of a 15-minute bear flag. UNH still up 13.9%. High of day for UNH. It's squeezing. INTC doing quite well. Qs are still trying to firm up here. AMD 177, NVIDIA 179. SOX is still close to kissing that 7-day moving average. NVIDIA is forming a very tight wedge pattern on the 5-minute chart. Very tight wedge pattern. It looks like a bearish wedge to me, but semis are starting to come into a little bit of daily chart support on SOXX. Come on, give us one more flush. I want AMAT to give us another flush. It's trying to hold steady here for AMAT. AMD still looking a little bit weaker here. IWM is punching for another new high. So IWM is showing some relative strength. SOX is still waiting to tag that 7-day moving average. I don't think we really bottom on the Qs until that happens. NVIDIA, AMD still seeing a little bit more selling. Intel's pumping. UNH still pumping. IWM is starting to pump here. Very interesting. SOX trying to stabilize, but UNH pushing. Come on, SOX, come down a little bit more. Muhammad Ali, you're long on SOX. It's getting there. Thinking about it. I think we need to see one more little liquidity low sweep. Trying to curl a little bit. Qs are still curling down. SOX is still holding slightly steady here. SOX are trying to catch a little bit of volume and bid off of this zone. Qs are trying to curl. NVIDIA trying to curl a little bit. AMD trying to curl. AMAT trying to curl a little bit. IWM's pressing. Big punch through there on AMAT. Intel's pushing for new highs. Oh, big punch through there on AMAT. AMAT is trying to wake up from the lows. Come on, one more down move. NVIDIA trying to test the upper boundary wedge. SOX are trying to make a little bit of a move. Qs are trying to make a little bit of a run here. NVIDIA still below its prior day, but trying to curl slightly. AMD trying to catch another bid. Qs are trying to firm up. IWM still looking strong. IWM's outperforming the Qs now. Balance it just before that 7-day. QQQ is seeing a little bit of buying pressure. Stocks are seeing a little bit of buying pressure. Is it enough though? Qs are trying to firm up just a touch here. SOX is still trying to grab a little bit of liquidity. NVIDIA testing its high of the wedge pattern, the bearish wedge. So this is the high of the bearish wedge for NVIDIA. AMD still struggling at the lows, but trying to curl up. I still want that 7-day moving average test on SOX. That's kind of what I'm waiting for. Whether or not it happens, we will see. A little bit of a falling wedge pattern starting to build on this AMAT chart. Hasn't officially broken yet. SOX is still trying, AMD is still trying. Yeah, I'm with you there, Mohammed. I think we will get a pump, but I think it's just a touch too early still. I still see a little bit more distribution in this tape, but I do think that the last half an hour is going to be wild. We'll see what happens. All right, they're dumping AMAT here. Like that. Come on, give us new lows. Triggered a little bit of a bear flag. Come on down. NVIDIA is still trying to curl. AMD now curling back down. SOX is bouncing right before that 7-day moving average. I think it needs to tag it. That's why I'm watching it. We'll see. It might hold. Intel still doing quite well. INTC obviously carries a big weighting. Look at this name. Punching to the high side for Intel. Pretty filthy move. INTC is ripping. IWM still above 227, still negative on the session. All the indices. Your Dow component is green. Google, Netflix, Meta, green. Amazon flipped negative. To firm up a touch here. QQQ trying to break out of a falling wedge pattern. We'll see if it gives us one little failed liquidity sweep breakout. But the Qs are trying. A little bit of a wedge pattern attempt at a breakout here intraday. Inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute. We'll see if it wants to give it to us. Qs are trying here. IWM still trying to push. AMD trying to push a little bit. Qs are trying to stage a bit of a breakout. We'll see if it's a true breakout. Nvidia retesting prior day low. AMD still testing its opening range low. Nvidia trying to recapture its prior day low. AMD trying to recapture its opening range low. Still waiting on AMAT to give us lower lows. Nice little bear flag. Come on. It's trying to hold steady as the market's curling. SOX is firming up a little bit. See, SOX is still the heartbeat right now, trying to break out of its little wedge here. Qs are trying to firm up here. So this could be a nasty liquidity grab if the Qs have a failed breakout. SOX is still trying to form this falling wedge pattern. It came very close to tagging that daily chart moving average, but just missed it. See a little bit of more distribution hitting these semis. Qs are still trying to break out of their wedge. IWM still trying to hold a little steady. Nvidia Tesla's had a nice bounce, still down 1.67%, guys. You can see semis are trying to fight this falling wedge pattern. SOX is still fighting here. Qs are still fighting. AMD struggling. Nvidia is still fighting that prior day. SOX is still trying. Qs are still trying. Nvidia is still trying. AMD trying. IWM stalled around 227.35. SOX is testing the high of its channel. Qs are trying to break. Qs are still trying to push. SPY trying to push. SPY's back testing its 15-minute EMA 113. There's some resistance here on SPY. Keep your eye on healthcare. Keep your eye on UNH. If that starts to give you topping signals, UNH and Intel, they hold quite a bit of weighting in your XLV and your stocks basket, so they should be on watch. You should have a screen open on both of them, looking at each. Intel softening a little bit. UNH still trying to hold 308.75. SOX is trying to make another little push. Intel curling slightly down. QQQ trying to break out to the high side here. SOX is still right at that upper boundary wedge. Trying to make a push. Qs are going right back for prior day low. Nvidia is starting to catch a little bit of momentum here. SOX is creeping. SPY creeping. IWM creeping. AMD still struggling a little bit, but Nvidia's back above prior day low. It's looking for its first 15-minute candle close above its prior day low. Ethereum holding 4,400. Top wicks forming on Nvidia. So Nvidia did get a 15-minute candle close above its prior day low. AMD still struggling. Microsoft back to the green side. It's 1 o'clock now. SOX and SPY curling slightly lower. Qs and Nvidia are still trying to press a little bit. You can see SOX is trying to break out of its a little bit of a falling wedge pattern. It's an attempt. IWM small back test. SPY still holding, trying to go positive. SPY, Qs, IWM all negative. Nvidia down 1.3% on the session. JP Morgan also down 1.3%. play. Hopefully this is a big 5-minute bear flag triggering. Wicking around. Alright, SOX seeing some selling. SOXX is seeing some selling. AMD trying to get rejected. AMAT, slight rejection. Intel curling down a little bit. UNH curling down a little bit. Small rejection there on SOX. Still isn't officially given that breakout signal unlike the Qs. So here you have IWM curling down. Qs are trying to curl up. SOX is still testing that wedge. AMAT is trying to make a move. Intel curling down. AMD getting slightly rejected. NVIDIA still pushing up. QQQ sitting right on that 15-minute EMA. Big push on AMAT 1-minute chart. Hatching a little bit of a bid. Intel's curling down sharply. Still up 6.1%, but coming into a bit of pressure. A little bit of a move on SOX, trying to recapture and press a little bit. Qs are still trying to float and grind here. Float and grind. SPY seeing a little bit of top wick selling. IWM seeing some top wicks. Qs are seeing some top wicks. Nvidia slightly. AMD, Nvidia curling down. SPY getting slightly rejected with the socks here. Qs are coming in pretty hard here. IWM seeing some selling, minor. So your real selling is coming into the Qs. $247.50 is your daily chart support. Lows for AMAT, guys. New lows for AMAT. Come on down, AMAT. Knife it. Knife it. It's getting heavy here. Come on. Go lower. SOX is curling down. NVIDIA is still holding prior day low. Q's IWM's trying to push a little bit. So we'll see if SOX got rejected off of this falling wedge breakout, and if it comes back down to this daily chart support level. So that daily moving average is sitting right here around that 247.50 zone. Some heavy volume down there for AMAT. We'll see if it gets slapped back down. Lower lows still for AMAT. SOX is curling back down. AMD starting to curl back down. SPY is still acting okay. IWM acting okay. SOX is still looking a little bit weaker here. He's getting some topics. Big bounce there on AMAT. SPY's curling back down. Qs are starting to curl a little bit. NVIDIA still holding prior low. SPY curling down, still above its POC. NVIDIA losing prior day low. Qs are getting heavier here, guys. Looks like SOX wants to come and tag that daily chart moving average. Come on down. Qs are still coming in. Nvidia getting heavier, AMD getting heavier, Qs are getting heavier, SOX is getting heavier. SPY getting heavy, Qs getting heavy. Nvidia is trying to hold prior day low again. AMD curling back under 177. SOX is still coming lower. AMD still softening, SPY still softening, Nvidia trying to hold steady, AMAT trying to firm up here at the lows, but still getting sold into after every pop. AMD curling back down, Qs losing 577, IWM still holding 227. Nvidia testing its little breakout trend line. Big push here on AMAT, trying to bounce. Big bounce on AMAT. That's a really sizable bid. SOX is still trying. Whoa, big squeeze there on AMAT. Wow. See if that's a real bounce. Bouncing back into its little opening range low. We'll see if that's another little liquidity grab. It's looking a little bit stronger there for sure. SOX is trying to make a move here. Some SPY 645 zeros calls. Whoops. I'm in SPY zeros, guys. High risk trading. 645 calls. Looking for a little squeeze here. I got filled at 27 cents. It's risky. Nvidia's looking firm here, guys. Nvidia's trying to push. AMD's catching a bit of a bid. A little bit of rejection there on SPY. SOX is trying to move, Nvidia trying to move, Qs are trying to move. IWM not really participating. AMAT's still trying. Can SPY break out here? SOX is looking more firm. Buying pressure starting to roll through a little bit. Again, I'm in 645 zeros on SPY. Come on. There's a nice punch through. There we go. That's a good move. That's a good move. SPY is trying to break out here in trend. Really good push here on SPY. Come on, keep going. SOX is trying to break out. NVIDIA putting in a higher high there. SPY might try to go green on the tape. Really good move so far. Keep it pressing, SPY. Still looking good on the SPY. SPY's trying to push here, guys. So far, we're up on our 0DT SPY calls. 645 calls are printing. Come on. Up nicely. Let's keep going, SPY. Keep going. Come on. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Squeeze into that 645 handle. Opening range low. SOX is trying to still break. NVIDIA is still trying to push. AMD is trying to push. Come on. Keep going. Keep going. 645 calls are printing. Come on. Keep going. A little bit top wick selling. We should push. NVIDIA is still looking strong. Come on, SPY. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. SOX is trying to hold steady. AMD trying to hold steady. A little bit of top wick distribution. But distribution, they're selling into this pop a little bit. There's your back test. Let's see if it holds. Come on, take these calls in the money. AMAT's coming down a little bit. SOX is still strong. NVIDIA is still trying to push, guys. We should see SPY try to firm up here some more. Come on. SOX and NVIDIA are looking good. AMD back inside of its range. Take us back to our OR low on SPY. That would be beautiful. Come on. Inverse head and shoulders breakout has triggered here. Gives us a pretty decent sized move to trade here into the close. Talking about a move all the way to 646 potential. Nothing's guaranteed, right? We are seeing this get sold into here. Big bounce and buy program. Come on. Keep going, SPY. So they're doing a clean back test of the breakout trend line. Clean back test. We'll see if it wants to hold. Take SPY green. Come on, take SPY green. NVIDIA is still trying to charge. AMAT's still curling down. Come on. Take us green, SPY. Take us to 645. Still trying to break out on your 10-minute chart. 5-minute chart did get that candle breakout, but we're looking for a confirmed breakout. 3-minute chart still seeing a little bit of choppy distribution here. NVIDIA is still acting well. Just going to protect this trade. I don't want to see it go against me in the event that it doesn't hold that breakout zone. Doesn't look like it wants to break out. It had an attempt, but be careful here. So I'm back out of those 640s, 645, sorry, I'm back out. Looks like a bit of a failure in the near term. Stocks are coming back lower. So we tried. I took a 2-cent gain on there. We'll see if it wants to hold. I'm watching it. Still think there's a trade in the 645s, but I don't want it to go against me. NVIDIA coming back in. Stocks curling back down. NVIDIA running into a little bit of sell side. This is your next aggressive buy zone, is this EMA here. 1-minute chart. IWM still holding. Qs are still trying to float and grind. They're still trying to push it here. They are pushing. Cues are softening a little bit. Looking at a bigger lotto, I'm looking at SPY 646 calls, 0 DTE. I'm looking at SPY 646 zeros. How's it going? Yeah, SPY 0DTs do make you lose your mind for sure. For sure they do. They're tough to trade. They're very tough to trade. Yeah, it's crazy. Thinking about picking up some 645 zeros here as well. Looks like we're defending this point of control. SOX is a little bit weak though. That's the only downside. QQQ still trying to hold here. Microsoft's still heavy in this region. Always stealing your poverty gains. Yeah. You're greedy. We're all greedy. That's the biggest thing for traders is greed. Nvidia trying to curl slightly up here. XLV trying to make another push here. SPY's trying to hold this previous little breakout pivot again. Come on, push it back. Take it to positive. Take it positive here. We're getting some more price action here. Heavier volume to the upside. Come on. Squeeze it higher here. Stocks is trying to squeeze. Nvidia Qs are pushing. IWM catching a big stick. Keep going, SPY. Retesting value area high, kind of this little trend line that we broke down from. See if we can get through it. SOX is still looking better, more constructive. XLV still trying to bounce. Come on, SPY, squeeze it. Squeeze it into the close. SOX is again trying to break here. Yeah, hopefully today's meeting does lead to something good. You know, if we get a Ukraine-Russia ceasefire, this market likely gaps up tremendously. Reuters does have a live stream of the Trump-Putin meeting. SOX is making a move here. SPY's trying to squeeze. Imagine they announced a ceasefire right at 3:30. This market would just jump. It would jump and pump. Stocks again trying to make a little bit of a breakout here. It hasn't officially given that true breakout signal. Stocks is still looking well. XLV softening. Come on, Qs. Come on, tech. Push this market up. Push it up. Healthcare new high of day. XLV, that's strong for SPY. So XLV just printed a new high of day. XLF is trying to firm up. AMD, Nvidia trying to push a little bit more. SOX is trying to break out here. SPY is looking stronger. Come on. Get through this resistance, SPY. Sweep these highs. Push for OR low. Let's look at the Qs here. Qs again are trying to recover. Retest that prior day. We'll see if it can get through that zone. Semiconductors are trying. BBAI looking good. Lorenzo's looking at BBAI. Wow. Yeah, stunning move. Look at that monster push intraday. That is a crazy breakout. This is going to squeeze, especially if the market starts to push here. Nice observation there. Alright, we might get a big push here on SPY. Come on. SOX is pushing. Healthcare is pushing. Qs are trying to push. All we need is the S&P 500. Bit of selling coming into SPY. Come on. SOX is still acting well. SOXX is still pushing. Take a look at semiconductors. They're going to lift this market, guys. Semis are going to lift this market here. SOX is catching a nice bid. Breaking out and trying to squeeze. Come on, semis. Keep going. SPY. Oh, big dip there. Big dip there. Retesting value area. That might be the only dip. Come on. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it and squeeze this inverse. Come on, SPY. Get your big butt up there. SOX is still trying. NVIDIA, AMD taking a breather. Qs are taking a breather. Really? You guys are going to come down like that? Another hard down leg. SPY. See here. Lots of big 1 minute wicks up and down. Potential inverse head and shoulders. Come on, give it to us. There's an inverse, there's a head and shoulders, there's everything. Stocks getting hit, Qs are getting hit now. $237. What are we doing here? NVIDIA curling slightly lower. Still holding our value area, our point of control on SPY. Still the only bullish thing about this price action is we're above our point of control. Still got some higher lows. Need to bust through this lower high here. Creating a little wedgie. We're wedging on the 1 minute chart of SPY. SOX curling back down, NVIDIA taking a breather. Microsoft still looking a little heavier. That's still coming in, Microsoft. Google, how's Apple doing? Apple's holding sideways, prior day low. So it's really Microsoft that's coming in pretty hard here. Potential inverse head and shoulders. Come on, SPY. The thing that I likes. We're still holding above this high pivot. We've tried breaking it a couple times. They've tried breaking that pivot a couple times now, but still holding. Short-term positive. Back testing your little breakout neckline here for socks. Come on, SPY, give it to us. Give us a pump. Late day pump. Qs are still down 0.4, SPY down 0.09, IWM down 0.32. SPY is still the closest indice to going green. Still seeing a little bit of distribution. Microsoft still sort of heavy here. Yes, So we do have SPY dipping here. It's doing a full-on 10-minute retrace of this bullish engulfing. We're almost there to Trump and Putin, but they are still selling this market into it. Point of control did lower. So POC lowered here to 644.10. You can see we're bouncing off it now. Semiconductors have seen a little bit more distribution and selling. Big punch up there. And the SPY. Microsoft trying to bottom. Qs are still looking a little fragile, but I'm trying to get a bounce here now on the indices. Big bounce in SPY. Whoa. It's a big bounce there. Still seeing Microsoft curling down, Nvidia coming through a bit of consolidation. Come on, SPY, punch it to the highs. Go positive. Big volume, or big, not too much volume, but a big surge. So apparently Trump is landing right now. Flight tracker. Imagine they pump us to new all-time highs here on the SPX, Trump and Putin. That would be filthy. First one is landing right now. Microsoft still looking heavy here. Nvidia trying to firm up, AMD trying to firm up. User trying to firm up a little bit. Still just chopping in a wedge here. Give us a squeeze, S&P. Give us a squeeze higher. You know you want to. What to do here? Commencing. Oh, big drop there on the markets. Wow. That looks like a big liquidity grab down. Whoa. Stopped out a lot of people. What, before they push us? That was a huge knife. Wow. That was nasty. Hopefully that was just a liquidity sweep stopping out traders. Probably a news headline there. That was filthy. That was nasty, guys. That was real nasty. The dump before the pump, let's see. But that was crazy. That was a crazy move in SPY. Yikes. I don't know what happened there. What dump there? Just trying to see through. So that was a bearish headline. US may punish Russian oil buyers if the talks fail. So look like a liquidity sweep. Come on, take us back up. Take us back up. That could be a liquidity grab. Come on, pump us back up. Let's dump ahead of power hour. Let's see if they float us right back up. Come on, float us back up. It was a high volume dump. Stopped out probably a lot of traders. Point of control just got raised. Off of that volume zone, you can see it jumping here. So that's our new support level. But you can see how fast the movements occur. Come on, SPY, go green. Take SPY green. Still seeing some backing and filling. They're trying to take us back lower again. They're still trying to chop us down here. Yikes. So Power Hour has started off with some wild volatility. Definitely some wild volatility here. Big dump there on SPY. Really big dump. Holy, they're trying to dump us hard here. They are dumping us hard here. That was a nasty dump. See if they gobble us back up. Yeah, SPY Butcher Day, for sure. Big drop there in the equities. Brokers are opening here for the plane on Air Force One. That was a nasty dump though in the market. Really, really Really filthy move. Still some heavy volume down here. I know, me too. My zero DTs didn't work out. Still time for it too, but it's a long shot. I mean, they were a long shot to begin with. You know, they can pump it just as easy as they dump it, but definitely a really big downward pressure move there. And again, 330, if they announce a Russia-Ukraine invasion, this could spike a lot higher. We'll see. But so far, it's a nasty decline. Heavy volume sell-off at the lows there, breaking your point of control. IWM getting snaked as well. Q's got wrecked. Here comes Trump and Putin. You wish you were trading futures? So they are about to shake hands, Putin and Trump. Slowly buying it back up here, guys. Slowly. We'll see if it makes a bullish reversal. Imagine they take it green. It would be pretty crazy. They have shaken hands, though, Trump and Putin. 8 to 10 second handshake. For those people that are gambling on that. SPY's trying to float and grind here. So we're very close to some more tape bombs, some more headlines out of Putin and Trump meeting. They have shaken hands, they're on the ground. We'll see what happens here. So far markets have dipped into that. All indices are negative. IWM still looking heavy. S&P is trying to go green, but every time it tries, it just gets slammed. Are they saving a late day pump? Maybe, maybe not. So far, we've had some really hard downward pressure moves. A couple attempts at trying to break out that have been met with more sellers. Let's see what this would give us. If this were to trigger, it would give us a move back to the highs there. Interesting. All right, a little bit more price action coming up here. SPY right now still negative on the tape, down 0.16%, which is $1.02. So we're about $1 away from going positive. SPY trying to curl back down. A lot of wicks here. Markets are pinned under 643.80. Seeing a little bit more selling now. It's getting heavier. Final 40 minutes of trading. All indices are still negative. Will they rip SPY positive on the back of Trump and Putin? We will find out. So far, it's not looking likely. Yeah, I agree with you, Lorenzo. Very likely another big move. We'll see whether it's up or down. So far, the moves have been down. Big candles down. Big candles down. We are still kind of breaking an intraday. We're still in an intraday downtrend. 9 minutes until the big 3:30 meeting. We'll see though. So far, they're still dripping this market lower. S&P still grinding. IWM falling. Semis are staying fairly muted here. Yeah, you're right. SPY call after hours could work out. Not a bad play. It's obviously risky, right? Trading a headline move. But they could wait. They could keep all these 0DTs pinned and then spike it in the after hours for sure. You're right. Not a bad play. A little bit of volume coming to the upside here. Potential squeeze here into the close. Maybe. SPY just does not want to see any sort of a bounce yet. Still a lot of sell side pressure. Getting a little bit of volume down here. They might try to give us a little squeeze here into the close. But we need to get above this POC 644.08 or 644.10, big level. But a little bit of volume trying to come in. Still being met with a lot of top wicks. They could easily dump us back down, but we'll see. They've kept us pinned below 644. Intel coming down. IWM is getting a nice little pop. Microsoft still weak. Qs are getting a pop. Semis are trying to retest prior day low. Nvidia curling slightly up. Microsoft coming in. UNH. To sell a little bit more in this market. Crude oil down 1%, Bitcoin's down 1%, ETH is down a few percent, 3%. Tesla down 1.7, Meta's still green, Amazon flat, Google up 1, Apple down half, Microsoft down up 0.8, Nvidia down 1, IWM down 0.43, Q's down 0.4, SPY down 0.18%. SPY still holding up relatively the best, but still weak on the tape. No real movement here yet. Microsoft trying to catch a bit of a bid. Potential late squeeze here. Potential late squeeze. Let's see what it's made of. Back above 644. Qs are trying to firm up. AMD looking good. Come on, SPY. Keep going. Get above that point of control. A late squeeze. Wave that magic wand. Sweep this high pivot. SOX is looking a little bit better. SOX L. For point of control. POC just lowered there. 643.94 now. Intel curling down, IWM still trying to hold steady. SPY getting sold into. Microsoft trying to curl up. AMD top wicks, NVIDIA top wicks, QQQ still under prior day low. Can't seem to get above. Semis are looking a little bit better here. SOXL trying to curl up. So SOXL is trying to curl. Back into the 644 zone. Will they squeeze it to 645? Late day pump. Give us an exuberant rally here into the close. Still seeing top wicks. AMD trying to curl. NVIDIA not really participating just yet. Semis are trying here. SOXL trying to catch a little bit of a move. SPY just does not want to break here. Still looking weak. Semis are trying to catch a bid. Semis are curling. SOXL trying to make a move here into the close, breaking out. Are they going to pump SPY a little bit? Come on, give SPY a little facelift. Surprised SPY hasn't broken out of this little bit of a range here, considering semis are trying, but AMD, NVIDIA, Qs are still seeing some sell side pressure. SPY just does not want to get over 644. Guess there's a heavy seller there. MOC coming out in about a minute or so. Seconds till MOC. So far they're taking it down a little bit. C is out. A little bit of distribution hitting SPY again. Semis are catching a bit. NVIDIA spiked there. S&P not participating, but NVIDIA caught a big spike. SPY coming down. Wow, look at them dump the S&P here. NVIDIA got a big buy side program. Semiconductors got a big buy side program. Intel got the buy side. Semis are your bright spot. Microsoft sell side. Microsoft dumped there. Microsoft got slammed there. SPY got slammed. Big sell side pressure move on MOC. Wow. They smoked Microsoft. They popped NVIDIA, but that's given back. You can see SoxL had a nice little pop. Still seeing sell side pressure in SPY. So they crushed the S&P 500. Microsoft is getting knifed here. Down at the lows for MSFT, retesting its opening range low. SPY going to take out the lows. Wow, they knifed Microsoft there. That was a filthy decline on MSFT. Kept semiconductors somewhat steady, but NVIDIA is seeing in top wick Qs saw a dump. Well, Microsoft's the real big loser on your MOC there. Real big loser there. Semis are still trying to firm up a little bit, but NVIDIA top wick, Microsoft just dying into the close. AMD holding steady. Microsoft was positive, then it went negative. HIMS is still down a couple percent. Intel, IWM, crude Bitcoin. So big sell side pressure in the S&P, IWM, a little bit of a buy side program in Nvidia and semis, but even that came in. Microsoft's still heavy, Nvidia is still heavy, AMD is trying to catch a bid off of the 178 level. Your semis coming in a touch. Still no bid in Microsoft. That's at the lows. And they're dumping Microsoft. Look at Microsoft falling off of a cliff here into the close. Just an absolute beast. Nasty. Nasty move down on Microsoft. Microsoft died there into the close. Really did. All right, guys, that is a wrap in the market. Overall, it was a down day for all major indices. Microsoft got clobbered into the close. Thank you all for tuning in. Hopefully, everyone has a wonderful weekend. Get some rest. Will certainly be interesting to see if any headlines come out after hours regarding Trump and Putin. But obviously, there can be more market volatility since the two of them are meeting. That being said, thank you all, guys, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later.